No, skontrolujeme, či sedí toto. Ide to? Či čo s tým? Už ideme na libretto, takže púšťame. Skontrolujeme, či sedí toto. Pomena. Dobre, v podstate čo zase za sačku? Čo za sačku? Dobre, tak otázka znie teraz. Že prečo ma to nechce dať nulu. Takže v podstate nakoniec shit. To kokotina, je. Dobre, dokončíme toto. Bálem. A to je spinner wheel, jasne. Toto. No nič, púšťame Ligu retardov. Mal by to ísť OK zatiaľ. Tento začiatok. Mal by to byť OK. Šesťdesiat kýl. bez síl. Nie sa naučiť to execution. Stíhame ešte jedno? Nestíhame, môžeme ísť na kus, skúsiť kúpiť nejaké veci. Neviem, či to mám. Mal by som. Nemám. Môžeme odkúpiť niečo? Teoreticky môžeme, ale musím predať nejaké tabaky. Mám moc veľa týchto vecí. Ale steampaky. Výborné. Postavíme aj nejaké, mám dosť. Môžem otáčame tie tovary. Ale už vypíname, takže. Lebo ako všetci vieme, moc to sílim, tu mám 8 kariet. No. Moc sa to síli. Nič. Chce iba volať. Ujímavé.
Od toho, aby za ich peniaze, teda z poplatku, aby sa peniaze z poplatku na rozvoj nepoužívali bez kontroly na bežné účely, ako sú napríklad zamestnanci úradov alebo klasická údržba. Na toto sa určilo kritérium použitia týchto zdrojov výlučne na kapitálové výdavky a aj to len také, ktoré majú účel niečo nové v obci vybudovať. Novela, ktorú máme pred sebou, de facto vypína tieto kontrolné mechanizmy a umožňuje starostom a primátorom používať poplatok za rozvoj ako ktorúkoľvek inú daň na svojom území. Pripomínam, že v období konsolidácie a pri vládnom drancovaní obecných rozpočtov môže toto rozhodnutie viesť k zastaveniu rozvoja a prejedanie veľkej časti týchto zdrojov. Po schválení tohto zákona bude môcť obec financovať z poplatku za rozvoj aj tvorbu rôznych štúdií a analýz. Ako príklad uvediem, že to bude môcť byť aj napríklad štúdia pre vybudovanie miestnej komunikácie, ktoré bude po novom možné financovať z poplatku za rozvoj. Lenže občania už naozaj štúdií a stratégií majú dosť. Na komunikácie stačí projekt a kapitálové zdroje. Žiadne koncepcie či štúdie nepotrebujeme financovať z poplatku za rozvoj, pretože ak sa niekde postaví bytová výstavba, tí ľudia nemajú čas čakať na koncepciu a už vôbec ju nemajú dôvod financovať zo svojho poplatku. Oni majú za svoj poplatok dostať cestu či chodník. Všetky dlhodobé stratégie sa majú hradiť z rozpočtu vyčleneného na bežné výdavky, na ktoré sa skladá celá samospráva. Rovnako aj diferencovanie typu bytov, ktorých sa má poplatok týkať, napríklad spomínané malometrážne byty, ktoré by mohli mať nižšie poplatky, naráža na ideu samotného zákona. treba si uvedomiť, že obyvatelia napríklad 2 malometrážnych nájomných bytov môžu pokojne spôsobiť väčší dopad na infraštruktúru než obyvatelia veľkých súkromných bytov. Taktiež si treba uvedomiť, že nájomníci neplatia poplatok za rozvoj, takže nie je žiadny.
Ja si myslím, že som začal mať problémy, lebo som začal tlačiť minionov. Tá banka je na to dobrá, že ignoruje minionov. To mi takisto spôsobuje problémy, že som začal nedávať killy, ale to, čo hovorím, dávať minionov. Dali sa piči svoje. No. Tak pustím si Fallout, teda dali sme si. Možno nám to dáva taký ten lízal, že teda... Vtedy som veľmi veľa steampakov super zúžitkoval, čo mi otočilo strašne veľa kľúčov.
May I be of assistance?
V podstate stačí predať pár lízalov. Predáme pár steampakov. Takých 18.
And protect.
Môžeme odkúpiť ďalšie 2 karty. No. Má to fungovať, nefunguje to. Vlastne to dalo doplna na 1400. Šokujúce. Máme na 49 kľúčov stále.
At your service, sir.
Máme nejaké tieto veci, môžeme sa tiež zbaviť nejaké
May I
8.
be of assistance?
Máme nejaké tovary, nové. Rozmýšľam, či by nebola iná cesta, ale najlepšie je top, nemôže mať top len na súplný kokoti, to sú hajzli, ktorí nič nevedia na tom tope. To je extrémne šokujúce, že čo na tom tope sa krpuje za chujov. Aj moc to sílim s týmto Falloutom, ale popravde všetko je sračka.
Support team, proceed to designated collection tasks. All systems, nominals, mining procedures engaged. System restored. Activating collection protocol.
Auto miner network fully operational. Activating advanced collection protocols.
Zaujímavé, už to ukazuje správne, už to ukazuje capsy. Ja tu používam patcha. Používam patcha stále. Čo je zaujímavé. Máme nejaké tovary, nejakí dodávateľia noví, alebo nejakí dodávateľia starí. Jednoducho nejakí dodávateľia. Mne sa zdá, že tu sme hotoví, pozrieme toto. Toto pôjdeme líznúť. Nevidíme žiadnych dodávateľov. No fakt je ten, že by som potreboval tovar, ale jednoducho vidíme to. Ako chceš zohnať tovar v tejto divočine, keď dodávateľia sú akože brndy po daždi. Nemáš ako zohnať tovar. V smysle, že to bude hotové, ale ne. Ešte neprešli tie hodiny. By ma zaujímalo, kde je ten predávajúci pičus. Ktorý točí tie fragy. Neviem, ideme od toho. Ten eventový bitches. Idem do tohto mesta, do kartónu. Chceli sa vie, čo za to predávajú za tie kojoty chore. No, že než sa to dozviem. To je Star Bloom. To je on, ne? Tieto nové? Tieto hnoje? What? Tak to som nevidel. Toto ľudia tak buržoázne chcú. Chore mozgy. Chore mozgy. Sprostí analfabeti. Chorí ľudia. Nič, tu potrebujeme ešte počkať chvíľu. Nie dlho. Takže tu sme skončili. Nič, skúsime vylizať toto jedného, ako to pôjde. Zvolať nejakých 10 kľúčov sme zohnali. Nejakých 10 bublifokov. Spúšťame Ligo Eternal znova. prúdiť. Dneska by som chcel jedno vytočiť.
If you're hurting us, that means I left unfinished business for you. That don't sit well with me. You just initiated the recall process for a rogue assaultron. A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just the solution for that. There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, that means you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you right into that robot's shield. You'll need all 3 active to down it. Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
No, really? Gdzie? Gdzie? Niekto zdieľal, ne? Bolo to zalogované? Ja, evasive. Evasive funguje... Evasive funguje non-stop, to som si uvedomil. 5% šanca. Ugh. Môžete prestať s týmto. Ja, počkaj, títo kokoti sú to vlastne. Mali by byť. Som na nich zavdal.
Debuff. Debuff.
Retaliate. Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more. Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support champs. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques.
Is that a red blade
We're adding
banner?
over
Banner?
100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add
Laswar
uniques with
Stone.
focus on mid and in-game tiers to make sure. Look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun, but on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses. Asmarian Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian Wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well, and by tablets. But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Azmiri ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare
Klikajúc si
monsters,
midlane, užívam midlane, mám upiči top.
upgraded to a
Midlane a budem sa iba dokolo spawnerliť a úplne upiči top. Na to sú kokoti aj tak.
Temporary value. How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose it. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences, with a range of unpredictable outcomes.
Dement, vyjebaný chorý,
It could
sprostý,
increase the number of essences,
tupý.
re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the
To
essences
sú
with
srtí
greater essences.
zdegenerovaní chorí.
What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade essence too. We have 4 new corrupted essences.
Nič, dobre, skončil som, už to dohrávam. Upiči.
Horror,
Púšťame si Follyho.
each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you
Nebudem
must
sa
locate
zasiať
the
s týmito
real one
kurvami.
before a devastating
Upiči.
icy explosion freezes everything
Tupe
around.
chore, kurvy, sprosté.
Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Tupe chore, kurvy, sprosté. Vydrbaný bastardi chorí.
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too. If you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run.
Čo je to za kokota?
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and
Musím to pozrieť, čo je to za kokota.
some are malicious, some are mad. while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you.
A skôr sa s tými midlanerskými kurvami.
They use the same skills available to players and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, I'm sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access them. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful
Midline.
The strongbox comes with a modifier.
Pretože keď toto robím a mám kokota na mide, týmto štýlom ma bude kokot na mide zabíjať, lebo je nažratý. Je nažratý z kurvy na mide.
This strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient file technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself, to see what they do. Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree, the upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither. The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities, but be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop charges for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas. And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about: recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Úplne sračky. Ne, nemôžem mať midlanea. Radšej nech feeduje top lane. Radšej nech feeduje top lane ako kokot nám ide, pretože top lane ma nebude naháňať. Top lane sú väčšinou kokotí, ktorí javkujú na tope a nič nevedia. Midlanej sú vyjebaní hajzli, ktorí keď nažije midlaner proti ním, tak to je úplný koniec. Treba dúfať, že džungla ho nenažere, ale džungla ho nažere. Ono s týmito vecami je vždy fantasmagoriálny problém.
Basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how the combination works. And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that the combinations is something that like kind of matters a lot for really strong game players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like people who've got access to secrets. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item. And then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on what you pick. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, the chance is much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, you know, like the more you're wanting to design the item,
Sračka.
the less of a chance of actually.
Vyzerá to, že ani naozaj zapne polovek za dvojku. To je chorý vrat.
Like, okay, these two mods that I've found from the ground,
Radšej budem,
you know, relatively easy.
radšej budem tuto odsypať tabaky.
All of them very hard. So we think that's
Točiť nejaké fragy. Vytočiť nejakú buržoáziu. Ako zasiať sa s tými kurvami.
But there's still this kind of end game.
Radšej viem točiť Fallout ako polovek za dvojku.
With more.
To je chorý vrat.
Kind of balance though, so that like if you pick literally all six, then it's
Radšej nebudem točiť nič. Ako točiť chorý vrat polovek za dvojku.
mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for.
Chorý vrat.
Exalt the other two, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the like that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0-2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be
Yeah,
as
very
soon
soon.
as it can afterwards. But yeah, you know, spur of the moment, night before like design sessions. But increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, it took way too long to, you know, get to the point of us actually going, right, this is.
Polovek za dvojka, totálny nahnesaný vrat. Totálne sprostá chorá pičovina. Keď si predstavíš, že keď je to pomalé, ako ťa tam zabíjajú, ako nemôžeš kľude si chodiť, lebo jeden hit je schopný rozsrať na pagodu. Dawn of the Hunt môžeš rozsrať. Chore.
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out.
Ani zombie nemáš, tie kurvy ani zombie nedali primitívni bastardi. To je asi najdôležité, to je asi najväčší dvojtočok na odcípov.
Obviously, when you
Nemáš zombie,
crafting system, we have to be really
nemáš slamovacie zombie,
like screwing
to
over
sú kurvy chore.
finding stuff on the ground. So you know, you have to sort of have that balance. So that kind of informs everything we do.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both items are destroyed as opposed to always keeping time.
Because basically it's a chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So, roughly what it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like two normal mods, that kind of thing. Like go over, yeah, for them both. If you pick two, and then you know, but we'll
It kind of depends.
it kind of depends.
Chore polovek za,
High mods are rare.
polovek za dvojka, absolútne vrat.
The other thing is it's not an
And the idea is like, yeah, the idea is like doing a single expedition. So, yeah, you still have like so it's effectively
Chorý vrat, polovek za dvojka.
a combination versus
So it definitely is a lot. So true, you can the ingredients. The outcome of one of the ingredients.
we'll talk more about crafting.
Sklapni kurva, chorý vrat. Sprostí chorý vradári.
Not going to be what new players can use if you put like characters, if you find a character. But a lot of long-term hunters or players will playing on a fresh start. And that's also really important for new players as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, we have like any character that's for you're just not like because the balance is so different. There's so many things that change. We really there's like no point in even listening to feedback because someone's playing the old league. Like it really has to be.
Chorý vradári.
So like we were really just sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make this all of it exclusive. Like or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had was that so I mean like a league means something in Path of Exile. You know, like in order for something to be to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri and Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So like we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. At the same time, it wasn't really well displaced.
Viete čo ste? Chorý vradári.
So we're a little bit. We kind of decided like that should we also decided, you know what, this one we're not going to. We'll probably try and do this little bit funny because like in early access, it's a bit of a different situation. But yeah,
Go
we'll
on.
sort of see how this goes. But certainly I would encourage you to start
Mám dvojku, odchádzam. Na dvojku mám topánky.
There's things like that.
No, potom sa dole to roztočiť.
And, you know, there's challenges, right? Like, huge amounts of them. So you're gonna have to get some classes.
And speaking of the Huntress, then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now, and had some hands-on challenges and things, but I certainly haven't played that before and played it now recently. The Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for the game?
I mean, it's funny, because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it makes it like reevaluate everything else. Which is why it's so hard to predict like how long the class will take. So like it changes a lot since the last time and honestly, like, you know, like while there are some skills that you'll still see, like it just plays a little bit different. I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is the special about the character class, like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different. So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spheres as a base type. The difference between a sphere and a basic type is that both use melee and range profile. And so because of that, you know, we really trying to incentivize really possible so that you can use both of those things. And you know, action RPG players, they getting used to the balance between some that really do that well. So trying to incentivize it.
Si tupý? Si vyjebaný, kámo? Úplný bastard, chorý? To je úplný kokot, kámo. To je úplný degener. Nestihnem to už tu. Fucking hell, man. Dám mu ten primitív. A ďalší kill na tope. Primitívny vred. No dole.
But you know, I mean, look, there, in terms of changes, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that, you know, the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, like Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay.
No, musím počkať, to už budeme za chvíľu.
Give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, for parrying, the way that works is that, you know, you have to time the like to push the block button at exactly the right time.
Koľko života ten piču zná to be?
Because
Plný, okay.
you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be, like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to, you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So,
ten džungla to je úplne sračka.
It always parries, but it's then
tupý sprostý mental.
the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So, you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the dashes back, which means that, you know, you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which you know, called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of. So in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that.
Yeah, I'll also make note of there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate frenzy charge. So it doesn't have to be the back.
Yeah, in that case. Yeah, I mean, there's
create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark, you know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
With parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like,
I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you can incentivize making it
Vodíte
so
dva kokoti.
you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. But
Nechali zobať jedného graba, taký sú chorí. Oni nechali zobať dvoch
you
grabov.
actually still want to kind of play it skillfully.
Takí
Well,
sú
I mean,
chorí.
ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry buttons when you're not attacking, right? So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time,
Oni tej sračke nechali zobať grabov.
not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the like the
So
token on the
chunky.
monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So you know, it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are
Yes.
in comparison. Which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
Yep, this
and,
was 8 p.m. last
yeah,
night.
8 p.m. last
Jonathan's
night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
yeah, messing around with it, and you know, I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, you know, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make it. You know, so yeah, that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
And then that feed into other skills and things like that. So there's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the biggest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. We've got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than onerous. For example?
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like, you know, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways. So you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you know, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about, you know, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
I was like, so that was just there, and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. Yeah. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire. And like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
Čo je to za kokota?
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. So how do you go about balancing those when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance change we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, you know, like recently about, you know, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, you know, but when you get to end game, doing armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes followed with high velocity rounds is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. Yeah, we're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, you know, improving some of that stuff as well as we're doing.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bombs? So,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? You know, I mean, we always want
I
you
guess
to be able to build that way.
the
But
players have to do a combo.
I mean,
like,
no,
people don't want
ultimately
to.
you never have to, right? But it
Yeah.
sort of means what it means is that you know you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos,
Yes.
right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like oh, I can have this, you know, like it's the feeling you get.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. Must have been like extremely hard. 'Cause I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing that you can do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there. We missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question it? But, you know,
But that's the way it is with classes.
that's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together? With
I mean,
combo?
we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces. For
Like,
LoR.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and enhanced in with currently. Just for
Range of the same, there's extra poison skills, there's tended to be more chaos dots, and all kinds of stuff. We have to, obviously, at some point, fill all that
Bože, da se Fina imbecil.
win, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre, and I mean, the mount works with the Huntress, but we want to give something for the Ranger this time, give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps all the time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
possible.
Well, that is the worry. But whatever.
But look, that means you've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you. It's going to be you're not going to like this.
well, the funny thing
Let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually because so I mean for a start like we needed the downside of parry to be you know that you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long like we're like okay. Right now, even and it's true with shield block as well. By the way, it's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you.
Oh.
And so, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called the thing that makes you more easy to elemental strategy. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen, burning, or shot really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that you know that because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like you know things like charms were like not very useful because you know those mechanics would happen to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that you know that you. Then you know there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that you know, we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure, for sure, for sure. But yeah,
As always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
So expect a little bit more, like a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, I can.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying, but can it also occur just from like taking a really easy hits?
At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different like should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you speak into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and it's that. You know, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions with that, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But, it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which
Už dám mu tady moc
for all of them you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does. right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. But you can evade the stagger build-up. So you don't take the damage anyway. Just
The
before
evasion
anyone
still works.
misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing staggers all over the place for both mount and also in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever. There's no real consequence.
Choj, kokot.
And every skill
Primitív.
of course.
Milión word, vidí presne, kde sú. Kokot sa tak nechá chytiť, lebo je primitívny kokot.
Much to your frustration.
So, I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like.
Bože, títo ľudia sú tak sprostí.
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people will bring it up and win me. Right?
Sure.
So like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be believable. Right? If it isn't clear, there was no way with 100 bosses that we weren't going to miss something. So.
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making your own build all the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress' passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a range attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while they're in a rogue slash, there's so sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that the Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally, we can achieve that. But yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, yeah, you're going to become more niche or more selective because again, even mixing elemental just probably often
You probably wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them though, right? Because it's like, for example, the Thunderous Leap detonates the spears that you get from the bleed thing. So it's kind of like, the idea there is to, like, it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea, is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's you didn't see that for the earlier trailer, right? You spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on these explodes, and really amazing. But yeah, that's using elemental skill like in another way instead. But and even more, you've got weapon slots as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all the systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely.
Nothing in these sentences prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the ascendancies never mentions weapon types, that they're always generalized. So, for example, the infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles. It doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make Amazon, who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So it's effectively like open-ended. It's open-ended, and honestly, I know that Mark does it makes the constraints a lot harder for how to design the sensitive class.
It'll be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there. But now, only really, I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur, Auto Traps and Mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that. It isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people could play in the different combinations.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations? You're just like, the players will take care of that for us.
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, like, you know, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules, things about, like, you know, how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even then, it's like, you know, we often make mistakes and have issues. You know,
When he says relatively impossible, it is actually.
Actually.
but you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment.
What the
there's
hell?
Hundreds and like it's
He
hundreds.
just popped ultimate on me for no reason.
There's things that we could never honestly understand all the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so
For
it's
no
like it really
fucking
does
reason,
depend
man.
on, the
Just
you know,
popped it.
like on seeing reports and what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is that obviously, like, you know, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes.
For no fucking reason, just popped
the
it.
balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the same extent. It should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is, like, you know, people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few. As we get towards full release, because right now it's obviously very skewed because, you know, there's certain broken things. So you know, yeah, the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access. Just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. You know, the next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to, like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something because we add too much content for it to even be controlled.
What?
Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like, you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it where, you know, you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially, you know, with things like, you know, Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gens. It's like over 100 support gens added just this patch. It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah,
and
there's gonna be a lot of weapons. But there kind of has to be, right?
That's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better. You know, like
there's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important. So we need to make sure those are very much right.
You must be looking for players if you can find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
in some cases,
What stuff is popularly getting
But
used?
the thing with the recommendations though is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gen. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like, the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing.
Feels like at some point you're gonna need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the submenu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that, because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little different.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. There's a lot that are only recommended, right?
There are, yes, there are.
Yeah, interesting. So you sort of making up supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made
What the fuck is going on?
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's some stuff we have to change.
They've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust
Yeah,
numbers
but now you've got
accordingly.
to count all
Yeah.
those support teams on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing,
Which-
isn't it? The support gems work on them. And
Do I got enough?
what the hell is that going to do?
Mm.
Yeah, like it's impossible to completely know, but yeah, like look, I mean, there's probably definitely some dark secrets lying in what kind of speculative mix with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So
But you know, the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that
Oh,
you
yeah.
tamed. So you know that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
Yep. You've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So you know, we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things. Or specifically when you tame the beast so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes.
But also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So you know, basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions. And the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice, headhunter and headhunters. So yeah, player versions of the mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit the pre-existing support manager on that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmiri spirit as well. As you get that those technically also have player versions too, but actually not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against the monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life.
It was mentioned in chat actually.
What's the surfing thing, but
and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No.
Yeah, it would be a little bit too far.
Yeah,
Too unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because a little bit of finding a rare thing, yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame
But then we
beasts.
also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
Can't do
So
any,
you
like...
can't TFT the instances.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like a whole, like, there's like a lot of thinking about
Oh
that
my
stuff in
God.
order to make it so that, you know,
It's a sad thing to have lost, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is like, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
With like needing for cheat sheets and
Yeah,
guides
exactly,
and stuff.
right. And so you have to be
It's
really
worth it.
careful. You have to be so careful. And then the thing is like, it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realise that the horrific reality
Actually.
of what it will turn into. It's like, yeah, okay. But yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing, like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't
We've been
run
on
into
that
those
road
problems.
before.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past
Yeah.
issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's obviously, you've got like a big downside. You get knocked off at heavy stun, so you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attack.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that's going to be like everyone's going to use and no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, you know, like you will definitely want to. But it's we want to just make sure that we've got like, you know, sort of fun things like that. Like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that that I just want to get in, and it's like, you know, look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean, sure, I suppose. But you know, like I want something like that to exist. You know, we believe that it is
You sound very convinced.
As I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means in theory you can probably get to the point of driving a roller indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Fundamental question, actually. Like, what's this move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like, but it's what you don't get is the penalty for wing attack. So that's the. But it's funny. It's funny though because even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is.
When you're doing it.
There are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a roller with the keystone, but inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tame beast if you're using the roller.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage. Is player damage node on the tree. It's the companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. I was like, oh, that looks like I'm gonna take that.
Well, that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger. Huntress is more like, you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you, and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companion.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise. Maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on roll back, and then you get to the boss, and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge in battle and then dismount and fight. But if it ends up like that seems like it would be.
I think that should be the best way to do it.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll.
Yeah, exactly.
And does the roller then kind of do a bit when you're not on?
It can attack, but I mean it's not exactly a huge damage loss.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable bird.
But it acts as a distraction, maybe.
I mean, it's a minion, right? Like it attacks things and does it.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all that.
I think that's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird. Little guy. So that sounds. Speaking of new kinds, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster?
Well, we want to have every base type have a unique for purposes of chance
Outside of boss units.
Outside of boss units, we want every base type to have a unique that you can chance. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all of those before the item, and it was kind of, it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
we thought we'd get through them all, right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. So this time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
You discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
It does help. Effectively, like you should. It should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
I'm just gonna keep going with that.
Yeah,
by the way.
of course.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next.
A toto bol pitches.
Kind of, honestly, we never really stopped making uniques. Like, especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, as every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So, there's, a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
Áno, banka je kľúčová, pretože banka ma núti.
That's not very good. What do you guys want uniques?
Banka ma núti dávať killy, hýbať sa s kokotmi, nechodiť tam, kde sú minioni, nechodiť tam, kde sú solo skúsenosti, tam, kde sú moji hajzli. A to je kľúčové. To je kľúčové. To je kľúčové, vďaka čomu tie zápasy sa držia ako tak na úzde.
So the early game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Plus samozrejme tie boardy robia neskutočnú prácičku. To, že naozaj kľúčové zóny sú vždy pokryté. Len banka je kľúč, no banka, je to banka. No. Je to banka. Preto som mal problém vyhrať zápasy, preto boli zápasy ťažké, aj keď som ich vyhrával. Lebo banka, nie sú boardy, ako som povedal. Banka má silu kvôli hlavne boardám. To je ten kľúčový aspekt toho celého, že vidím, čo sa deje, vidím, kde pičusovia sú. No aj pod kontrolou vždy kľúčové zóny.
But I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of it. Like, you know, it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing. I mean, you see something that like feels smart. It's like, you know, like if we don't have uniques that just.
Takže vytočili sme dneska jedného nulstera, môže byť spokojný, si myslím.
So when we're designing a unit, we don't think about what's the value going to be. We're not even coming out of it going, this is going to be really expensive, or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you knew what you were doing with that herald.
More of the charm.
No, že títo hajzli, títo chorí hajzli, aspoň buďte ticho. Relatívne ticho, dobre? Bastardi chorí.
I agree for the most part, but not every unique. Some should just be clearly this is how it is going to be on my build. And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others
Stačí na to, stačí Liga Retardu, dali sme si, vytočili sme. Ne, ako tá Liga Retardu, to je úplná sračka. To je absolútne nezaživný kaliber chuja. Ja som zabudol vlastne, my máme už hotovú hentú škrekošku. Priveľa práce, hovorím, z každého rožku to odsýpa tá práca.
And then the other response would be, you know, the actual unique.
If you could manage to get your hands on some of my work, I think you could let those doors open.
Ako v podstate môžeš tie ikony pozrieť, môžeš tam dať to breed-in. Máš tu takú tú ikonu breed-in, tá je OK.
it's still pretty great.
Oh, it's still crazy. But the thing is, like, you want to change stuff, right? So therefore, you don't want to just go down to the ground. Sure. Therefore, that one becoming rare, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common.
We had also the issues with like, I mean, there were three real issues. One is darkness.
Máme nejaké donáčky? Máme niekto nám doručuje tovar? $137 modov, Alberto Santo.
Okay, that's all the doors. Get back.
Alberto Santo, pozrieme ho. Pozrieme samozrejme Alberta Santa.
Yeah, baby. Nice. Grab the goods and bring
Zoberieme samozrejme Alberta Santa, pozrieme, to vyzerá ako potenciálny nový dodávateľ tovarov. Uvidíme, či Alberto Santo je potenciálny nový dodávateľ, alebo piči schorý vranatý. Takzvaný vranáč chorý. Takzvaný chorý vranáč Alberto Santo, alebo Booby Trapper. Uvidíme. Dáme si drogu. Jedna nám stačí, máme aj tak. No dobré. Poďme sa pozrieť na Alberta Santa. Či je to nový dodávateľ, alebo skúrený Booby Trapper, to ho pošleme do reti. Dodávateľ alebo Booby Trapper? To je tá kľúčová otázka. Dodávateľ alebo Booby Trapper? No čo, Alberto Santo, máme nejaký tovar? Alebo si skôr vysenský Booby Trapper? Ukáž sa. Máš séra? Je skúrený Booby Trapper. Skurvený Booby Trapper. To nemá vôbec kvalitné veci. Alberto Santo je skurvený Booby Trapper. To je vôbec, ale vôbec nemá kvalitné vecičky. Ale vôbec. Skurvený Booby Trapper Alberto Santo. Extravagancia. Extravagancia chorého Booby Trappera. On mi to naozaj dalo aj. On mi to dáva aj radové. Alberto Santo je skurvený Booby Trapper. Mám chodil dať do bloku. Nezačnem týchto chorých Booby Trapperov, to je smysl, aký sú šmác vidnosť to chore pečené hnoje.
cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling God, alchemist benching. I get anything for that in this thing for Silver, but I like acting builds that is so much.
You're not happy enough with the
Takže Pavel vzal dvojka, chorý hníz. Nechystám sa ho zapnúť naozaj. To je kokotina. To vôbec není kľudná, to je pre pitchesov, ktorí si potrebujú dokazovať, že jednoducho je to pre pitchesov. Oni sú ľudia a sú skôrení booby trappery. Ako potom by som mal zbyť nejakú ťažšiu zbávu. Nič, táto Bloody Enclave je to prdele. Je to 0-3 a istoká toho short ultracitová. Ako revolver je masívny. Je na neho, 195 damage. 195. Toto má silu. Ale máme booby trapperov. Alberto Santo je jeden z tých skurvisynov, ktorý sa tvrdá rázne zapísal do histórie booby trapperov.
Within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing, so they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop like currency sources is like an interesting sort of thing.
No, títo ľudia to sú chore bytosti všetko.
But the thing is like, but in terms of the system, it's like if we'd have had all of that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been.
That means I left unfinished business for you.
It is hard to take the stuff away, so that's why we have to be a little bit careful as well.
Yeah, I
You
guess we
just
need to
initiated the recall process for a rogue assault drone. A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just a solution for that. There's a big pylon set up around the area. Starting one of these up, she will contact you. Long story short, I need your full of juice. Juice that pumps through full range and has robots
let's talk about in-game ones.
You'll need all three active to dump it.
Implementation of doing it to and being a bit experimental, not necessarily just one game, but how far is your vision 0.1 in game?
I would say that the main problem that we had was there wasn't enough overlapping access.
Nič nehoršie ako skúrení booby trapery páni, pamätajte. Love give Ryan Glad the Hunter still me Nigel first quencher Hanamantium.
Shit, like Minecraft and alongside some other random shit, and then now put them together and it's just start. So, I mean, effectively, like, yeah, exactly. So you have a situation where
Máme nejakých dodávateľov tovaru? Že by sme dodali nejaký tovar. Respektíve, že by nám dodali nejaký tovar.
Fundamentally, it's like, you more of that type of stuff to do. And honestly, I don't think we've got enough to like wanting more. Like we'll keep on adding that stuff. But
Nice, guys.
progress.
There's the party.
I think part of the reason is that like when we're first working with maps, right? It's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? It's sort of the big things like maps, you know, we need to come up with that stuff. So it's the little details kind of things that kind of a little bit, you know, require a bit more like fine tuning and deliver. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make, we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them. Like making them stronger. Sure, it's like it's work.
Koľko má toto váhu?
You know what I mean? But it is, you know, but it is that
Rozbíme to.
flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing.
0,25 dosť.
Yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting. Just
Má nejakých dodávateľov tovaru?
some of that, like more like what the camera.
Dodá nám niekto tovar?
So you know we haven't like got there yet, but like as through early.
Oh, really? Čo mi dá?
It's just we just want to make sure that we feel that same way. Look at leagues as well, and like there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, so they end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas again, here we one, you have the boss that can spawn occasionally, you have 5 different factions, you know, things like that, and it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. You know, I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet because it's a whole later thing, but definitely want to expand on all that. You know, even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. You know, like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all that of combat and all of those mechanics. It'll help usually, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that the minimum standard for new ones is going to have to, it should include all those things from the get-go. Otherwise we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal. I think it's like it is where our type of design shines because like combating content is no longer a process of like it gets into a situation where like adding content is more valuable than just the content itself and like that's important too. Because that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger and much larger proportions than that. So like you know it's an n squared thing where like you know, square of some of that. So that, like basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest. Rather than every league being like just out of 10 hours, it'll feel like it's bigger than each time.
Yeah, it's just that's just for that. So let's talk about the
announced that the boilers there at the giant teapot are full again. That means comes up shortly. So, fancy a nice cuppa, the more the merrier. The boilers are heating up. I'm afraid the local creatures don't like this magma. Shame, really. You'd best keep an eye out for trouble.
Breathe in, boys. Breathe in. Breathe in, boys. Breathe in. Breathe in, boys. Breathe in.
One would think the this by now. Boilers report the water temperature is 90.7 away to go from the sea. One can't rush such things.
Nejakí dodavatelia tovaru. Dodá mi tovar. Sa tam míňa tovar. Stávam dosť veľkú váhu. Vypadá tam 8 kg. Na tých ultracitových. Čo tiež nie som nadšený, že som ich postavil, ale... Čo s tým treba vyrovnať, I guess. Dosť veľa vecí mám, no. Mal som mať menšiu váhu, ale nejak mám strašne veľké váhy, ale neviem sa to nejako zredukovať. Paddock fans, all down backpack. Á, veľkú váhu, no. Už máme veľa aj týchto. VSD 5 kg. Aluminium scrapu sú 3 kg. To sa nezdá, to sa nahromadí. Nie je to nejaké kritické, 400, pod 450, keď máme, sme OK, ale vidíme to. A je to ideálna situácia to. Ale to exterminátor Vital, exterminátor sa predá. Exterminátor sa predá. Takže tu otočíme tovar. To nebavíte ma. To je so mnou sa do nekonečna, ja sa tým server.
Mini bosses and different, itemization and additional things with, catalysts and whatnot. Like, you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have a good
Tam je 8 kg v tých pičných nábojoch, v tých ultracitových plazmakórov. Man, to tiež chore, že som ich postavil. Tie ultracitové plazmakóry budem musieť vyťukať. Musím vyťukať tie ultracitové plazmakóry, poslať do pagody. No to je ale málo. To je len jednotka. Z toho nevyťažíme priateľice. No. Vidíme, že už ani tu nemám nejako veľa vecí, ale je pravda, že zase psycha sa mi nahromadili. Berrimentaty, buffouty sa mi trochu nahromadili, ale... Grapplky, 12 kg v grapplkách, čo je problém tiež. Oinju, Wildy. Tu twisty. Quantum dáme tiež nejaké.
Your service, sir.
Aké filety máme. We good, we good, we good.
Serve and protect.
At T1, that's a 100% chance you've got another map in the tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using most of the chance. So effectively it's like a steam ramp.
Takže
And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that we can kill a boss that's guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still keep them up 3-1. There's really good level.
Koľko je to nejaké kritické, máme okolo tých 430 sa hýbeme plus minus. Ale chcem to stiahnuť na tých pod 410. Mám veľa zbraní, to je tiež pravda, to bolo dobre vylízať. Mám tie Abraxa cleanery ťažké. Tých tiež asi zbavím dosť.
The cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic, and ultimately as long as you are able to do and not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever, assuming you can roll enough, high enough mod count. And there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier. And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
And you sustain that tier forever, as long as you can do the
and if you're adding
That means I left unfinished business for you.
to go
You
tiers.
just initiated the recall process for a rogue assault drone.
It's just kind of like it's sort of
Things got a shield so strong, hardly anything will touch it.
good players can advance at the right
I
speed.
am just super
Towards
human.
the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues. But also you have just like
Starting
lots of
with these up,
low-level
which
wastelands
you
that
can't
you
leave.
need.
Long story short,
Like
And just, there are still, you can get some high
punch
tiers
from you right into that robot shield.
your character's good enough, but if you
You need all the
Olga, čo zač?
it's pretty quick and you can take it at your own pace as well. That's
hope you feel
it's not
better
like,
than I did.
oh, we've made
To
it
sells, man.
like none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to T15 quickly, with some level of or you could just be like, Corey has way more of an impact on the sustain.
Oh. Mal by som kúpiť to Mirlux v Steam a to mi dá 75 k váhu a nemusím to nejako vôbec rozoberať extra. A nechcem sa spoliehať na to jedlo. To je ďalšie jedlo, ktoré si potom vždy musím dávať do nosa, keď som iba váha zväčší, ale nechcem mať váhu tak veľkú váhu. Tú váhu treba kontrolovať. Alebo ak sa klínajú industriálne grady, budem musieť trochu zredukovať nukleárne wasty.
There's a chance that it is absurdly rare. As soon as the sun yeah, 12 is long. Yeah.
Nejakí dodávateľia tovaru.
Yeah, exactly. But still, like 5 or something like that, I think can happen.
And then they have quite a lot, like, because they're quite early assumption is that their other games also probably will be good, so they do generally drop bias towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do that like
Nie sú dodávateľia tovaru, ale tak.
You won't know they're in at a time. Anything random you run into.
But they talk though. They'll say something to all
they monologue before they murder you.
I don't know if I'd go quite literally.
When I say someone insult you, I'm not.
Koľko máme? Mám málo devklo steak, pôjdem vylízať devklo steak.
Don't force my
Dosť veľa zbraní, ktoré treba vylizovať. On prišiel za mnou. Ideme ona. Ideme zvolať tie veci. No, ako devklo, meso sa mi minulo, tak trochu zúžime nejaký tabak. People assume, že ste retardovaní bastardi. Majú pravdu. Ste retardovaní bastardi. Chorí tupí neandertálci. Kde sú? No. To ste moc nedali, pán. No. To ste moc nedali. To bolo trošku podradné.
An unknown dangerous creature has been sighted in the vicinity of the Sons of Day compound. This thing's been attacking a Buck's Den beer house every night while we park. We call it the Night Stalker. It's killed some of our best guys. All he says the loud music is what's pissing it off. So we can make a ruckus to go out here and smell for that bush. Any good hunters out there want to stop by and help us kill the Night Stalker tonight, you'll be rewarded in all the beer and partying you can handle.
Which, by the way, Gerald's done some from here. Just get that out of the way. The power of the
Braden, boys, Braden.
Let's talk about
My expectation people should really go into yeah, basically, we'll, that kind of just becomes like, you're going to find more shit that's like outrageous. This shit is not going to be considered anymore. So, but I mean, it's the hope is though, it's right, it'll stabilize. Easy to become outrageous with, right? Like the idea is that it shouldn't be just like a combination of symbols together. You're just like destroying things. No, like it should be.
A sa vie čmudiť, keby nejaké pikošky za mňa dajte si a čmudí. Čo zložili pičusovia, čo? Či ste ho zložili profesionálne, alebo zase ako chore hnoje. Či sa zase presali. Poďme navariť nejaké jedlá. Ideme do Starbucku. Lunchbox. Bajan. Nie sú dodávateľia. Máme dodávateľov tovaru. Čo spôsobuje nemalé problémy. Máme dodávateľov tovaru. Ja sa snažím zohľadať nejaký tovar, ale... Je to jednoduché zohľadať dodávateľ tovaru. Je to vôbec jednoduché. Zohľadať kvalitných dodávateľov. Máme dodávateľ tovaru. No. Ja som zapol na to.
taking everything up and everything down. It's so hard to even like. It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single class because it's easy for mercenaries because I can look at those.
Aké psychobuffy postavíme.
But then another
Warrior was like in many cases, it's good in many cases.
God damn it, man.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
if they were ready, you would have to be ready to spin it. And giving someone half the balance.
Má nejakých dodavateľov? Alebo odchádzam, ak nie. No, naše schizofrénie.
So you've been able to see how the best people
Oh
play.
yeah. Definitely some good tips to learn from there. That little skip of the portal. On a slightly bigger picture as well, like life in armor versus energy shields. Are you happy with kind of the way either of those are at, or what are you kind of trying to achieve with them?
Energy shield certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like understanding people. That's been too strong. It's been some pretty drastic things there. As for armor, well, you know, it's one of those like accuracy things, right? Dexterity and like, you know, where it's like, honestly, our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it doesn't exist, and we'll come out of the game from scratch. Like we have strength.
Damn it. Rekalibrácia, to dlho nebolo. A ako, ak nebude to sila, s tým ako nebudem nejako opletať. 20 000, keď otočím ďalšie, co by som ich otočiť? A to je neviem, čo je tento Executionless Finisher.
That being said, you know, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we
I use a
in the other defensive arcs, you know, things like
danger calls. Tell them I'm on the
it's not
game.
quite right, but I don't have to say
Mám to náhodou nejaké one? Nejaké módy, ktoré by som mohol predať. To sú úplne k hovnu. Anti-ammo nikto nechce. Vôbec sa nepredávajú. Anti-ammo sa vôbec nepredávajú. Ani aristokáti. Toto by som mal nejaký 80 kill vnútri. To znamená, keby som to chcel, mám 200 zmutovaných, mám 200, fucking hell. Ja mám 200 zmutovaných party packov. To je dosť, už sa má viac ako 100 popravde, ale dole. Neviem s tým nejako opletať silou mocou. Neviem s tým nejako silou mocou opletať, tak. Neviem s tým opletať, pretože to je... To by mi otočilo pekne veľa drobu na jednej strane. No ale... Postupom času skúsim za 1000 predať. Alebo to zahodím. Ja som celkom istý, čo si spravím. Jeden. Druhý. A nech to viacej. Nechcem ďalej reštartovať. Zóna vezme nejaké tieto packery. Ja som silou mocou chcel zarábať. Musel by som zrušiť tú koprovú báňu. Čo robiť nechcem. To je veľmi dobrý spotík. Tu máš potenciálne vždy 4 mesa. Jeden lízal je potenciálne 2 hodiny. Jeden reštart, takže to je. Čo sa robí z toho mirelog mesa? Bolo to prepisuje tie veci, nedáva to meso. Nič, ja to musím minúť. Ja budem použiť, ja to musím minúť proste, ja to musím s tým strieľať. Ne, to není ono. To je Furious. Gatling Plasma. Ja to musím minúť. Kde? A nemôžem toto robiť. Nemôžem ono. Lebo teraz som toto spravil. A teraz mi to rozdelilo. To znamená, nemôžem dobíjať tú zbraň, ale zase tam budem milión tých pičisov. Nič, treba to používať proste, to sa minie. Budem to používať namiesto Gatling Plasmy. To je 8 kill, to musí ísť dole. To sa musí raziť dole. Existe. Nemôžem to dobíjať. Nič, tu jednu už zahodím, ne? Uvidíme. Neviem, čo s tým robiť, či tam zahodiť, alebo tam nechať tak sa na to vykať, alebo to proste používať. To je 8 kill. Kámo, to vyhodiť, nechcem to vyhodiť. A nemôžem to ani predávať, nemôžem to ani dostať. Piči, som narobil miliardu na tých pičovín. Ako nie je to nejaký veľký problém. 8 kg zase není koniec sveta, ale stále je to 8 kg, to by som mohol ušetriť.
Okay, that's all the doors. Get back.
Čo je to za čo zložiť?
Yeah, baby. Nice. That's a good defense. No, peso.
Nechcem zahodiť tie veci. Takisto ma nebaví držať. Komu by som ich predať za 500? V pohode. A že ani to nemôžem. Pretože sú príliš ťažké. Ako Fusionkovi som zahodil, možno by som mohol zahodiť aj tieto. Alebo to používať, míňať to aj po času. Túto ogu zničím. To sa míňa relatívne rýchlo.
Let's hit the road and get out of here. What the hell is that thing? Dude, I can see him right here. Go out to the fire. Go this way.
Keď som ich narobil tónu, ako... Ale dal čerstvý. No nič, toto zahodím.
Yeah, well, something like that. They do engineering to allow us to just recreate the
Nič, tu hlavne je dôležité nedobíjať tú zbraň.
don't crash, and that is actually the solution without only. But it's like
Lebo ak dobijem, tak je koniec. Ako to sa míne relatívne rýchlo. O to pokoj. Tu sa míne relatívne rýchlo. V podstate to je 8 kg, z toho by som nejako nemal byť vedu. Keď som si mocou ušetriť váhu, mám plno oného. Mám slániny tónu,
I can feel your frustration is palpable.
ktoré sa dajú otočiť.
so that one was I don't get any understanding of why it wasn't tweaked it, but now it doesn't have it anymore. It's like there's no fresh reason. Like, of course, that's frustrating. To freeze. There's not even a good answer here. There's not even like a here's got this wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done because zero time system agrees for no reason after this Windows update. It's like, cool, you know, like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible. And so yeah, that wasn't but basically now, I mean it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like general stability, apart from that crash, is incredibly good now.
99%.
Yeah, like
maybe probably
and it's like yeah,
99.99%.
and it's like the thing is we'll fix a crash.
No to váži kilo.
This is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes. And you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it's good to fix, right? Like you know,
Jedna váži kilo, to by som musel 80 kg. Ako za 500 by som ich predal každú jednu a to pokoj. A to je v pohode, to minie sa časom. Ako na škodu veci som ich postavil plné jelito. Na škodu veci s tým teraz je problém trochu, není problém, ale...
and you're still not freezing anymore. That's sort of like, and then you know we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so like so anyway, so there's whole like Intel CPU issue, like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where like there's some
At your service,
regulations
sir.
that causes CPUs to break.
Ako psychopafy predať za 10. Nič najlepšie je predať 38 týchto znova. Aj s tým pak je redukovať úplne v kľude na 45.
Sir, and protect.
Odtiaľ to sherry, poriadne bašty 29. Nesiať sa s týmito núka kolami. Twisty. Kvantumy. Už aj nemám veľa. Orange. Darky mám rád, aj cranberry mám rád. Obyčajné núka koly sú tiež na prd.
Exactly, but the thing that's the most annoying about it is that like all these the engine team was spending time fixing this, and we not a lot of
At your service, sir.
you know, there's something else that we need to do. So you know, we did a few things improvements, but like not nearly the number we would have had if we had all you know 70 of those people like you know like working on quality. So you know that's been the most frustrating.
Sir,
100%.
and protect.
We have been shipping away at decent.
A môžem otvoriť obchod. Keď neponáhľam sa nikam, môžem z toho spraviť. Obchod máme hotový v podstate. Váhu sme zredukovali. 441 nezredukovali. Pôjdem pozrieť, či máme nejaké kšefty tu.
Yes. So yeah,
No, je to tvrdé, no je to tvrdé. To tvrdá buržoázia.
it was.
It was 5 hours.
Yeah,
Like 5 hours.
No. This time. I know, like, I'm tempting fate, yeah, but like we're making improvements to it. It's just one of those things where
Listen up, agents.
character and like
If you're hearing this,
the journey of the character, like it's pretty significantly compromised.
then it'll sit well with me.
I don't know.
We just initiated the recall process for a rogue assault drone. A tough one.
Má nejakých 420 kg, to sa zredukuje.
Anything with digit. But I have just a solution for that. There's this pylon set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, it needs a bullet juice.
To je tiež slabé ako hníz.
Right into that robot shield.
Keď to nerad používam.
All three active together.
Čo s tým spravím? Čo s tým spravím? Z týchto nikto nie je zmutovaný? Sú zmutovaní.
I know you could argue, well, delete the trial as theirs. Entirely wrong.
Neviem, čo on taký oný.
Sure we'll have a
To je pravda, že tu mám
also don't want it to be that if you did use your one order, you because it's your order that's not everyone's order. When it says one order, yeah, that's one order forms up to 6 orders. And so when it's 6 orders, it's 6 orders.
a tú sáčku môžem tiež vymazať.
6 entries in each example map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Okay, come join my party, get a function.
O, no.
As well as the fact that, yeah, you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can have
Ako mám to 100 chutí vymazať odtiaľ, ale to je 8 kg. To nie je, že to, keby to bolo, že 20 kg, 30 kg, nič nepoviem. Ale to je 8 kg, to ma nespasí.
Yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So
Zredukoval som to z Nukaku, čo je dobré.
it seems like almost like you want to allow people to come and go as they please until they're done, right?
which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
Again, can't say for sure, but yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our
To
radar
znamená
this coming week to have a as well.
otvorený obchod.
So with this new lead, not having a specific like challenges,
It's no, there's no achievements or challenges. It's all
You just initiated the recall process for a rogue assault drone. A tough one.
It's actually quite light.
Thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will get it. I have just
as soon as the patch is out, it's stable, and we're on top of things.
There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up, make sure we're conduit. Long story
For
short,
example, the
it means you're full of juice. Just a
Poďme nejaké drogy. Taký drogový tovar. To pozriem, že mám nejaké petolízače. A zase pozriem ešte do hentej zóny. Poďme na to. Poďme nejaké drogy si spravíme. Bol to pokoj. Poďme sa pozrieť do misia, sa mi nerozsvetlá. Kde je? Kde? Nikto si to kokotovo nevie dostať. Piči sú jak taký. Čo za analfabetov? Máme 418 skill. Bolo by 410, keby som mal skorumpované plazma kóry. Henty mám 3 kg, ale to... Škoda, že tie ultracitové plazma kóry neviem predať.
I was hoping you'd say that. Let's get this wagon rolling. Be sure to listen out for instructions. Good luck, partner. All right, folks. About the stars. Get yourselves ready. Root, shoot, shoot, root. Yeehaw! Here's the deal, partner. Fair's not time. Well, searching for is happy monsters. So it's bad things overcome. It's bad. I reckon you'll have to hide. Be quick, partner.
Pustíme si trochu relaxu. "17 years, okay?"
I've been rapping for about 17 years, okay? I don't write on stuff anymore. I just figure my life is, you know what I'm saying? I can do that. No disrespect. But that's all I am. You got that big old varmint real good. I bought it well.
Vermin. Že som to tak mal mať 40, ne? To nestihnem. Otesne na sekundu pesne.
He's got his eye on the wagon. Last time. Yeah, you done did it, partner. Take your prizes and ride off into the sun. Or maybe over to the concession stand for a victory round of ice cold Coca-Cola.
No 364, 500. Ako tento pitches má skoro 1000 damage. On bude mať 1000 damage. S mutantimi haučopami. Tento pitches bude mať 1000. Tento je schopný ísť na 1000. Ale to nebude stačiť. No tak to nebude stačiť. To nikdy nebude dávať na jedno, no. Takže v podstate čo sa týka tohto... Či to bude dávať na jedno ráno. Ako vysoko nepravdepodobné. S reverzným onslotom, nastekovaným. Na... To nikdy nebude dávať na jedno ráno. This is always so good. Keď si zoberiem, že toto je skoro 1000, nedáva to. Pilu netrafne nič. Pila to dáva najrýchlejšie s tými lisbány. Ako kosa sa chytá. Ten bleed damage... Neviem, ako je to možné. Ale tá by ich dala na jednu ránu. Problém je, že tá má iné problémy. A. Povedzme na to. Ako dá sa ešte upraviť. Pravdepodobne. Dá sa ešte zmodifikovať možno na niečo. Máš Shocking Black, to je na 638, ale máš Burner. Takže ešte dá sa zvýšiť o niečo. Ale to ani náhodou nestačí. To ani náhodou stačí nebude. Na to treba zabudnúť. To aj náhodou nepokrie tú filozofiu. Aj náhodou. To nie je šanca. Koľko chce psychobafov? Koľko spravíme? Spravíme 50. Neviem, koľko som spravil. A 147 psychobafov. Takže si myslím... že máme pekné, solidné počty psychobafov. 100... Viac ako 100 psychobafov. Môžeme drogovať, môžeme tvrdo drogovať. Tvrdo a razum, tvrdo a razum. Tvrdo a razum drogovať. My to zvykneme volať taký, že aj tvrdý a razný drogizmus. To je nič. Môžeme nechať to Gunsmitha jednotkového. Drog máme dosť, plnú várku drog. S drogmi problémy nebudú s drogami. S drogami problémy nebudú. Teraz sme ich teda pušli. Stačia drogy na neho. Musím si ho moc vrezať tieto veci. A popravde by som ich nemohol rezať. Couldn't skate? What? Čo za kokotinu? Že couldn't skate. Shit. I couldn't skate. What is that shit? Who couldn't skate? Piče mi dali? Really?
Warning, additional seismic activity's been picked up at the Heights location. They possibly found something big.
They really gave me a pecker, man. Jak sa im to podarilo? Waterborne disease. How the fuck? Ako im mohli dať z tej vody hnízd? Wait, what? Som dostal z pičenej vody. Zostal z pičnej vody.
Attention. Large factory opening imminent. Available support personnel. Please remain on the deck. Exit the area. Thank you.
Lebo nemám nič proti vode. Som dostal z vody. Pravdepodobné. Oh.
Attention. Shaft reopening detected. Support personnel. Please initiate correction and follow other repair tasks with caution. Structural instability detected.
Som dostal z vody. Nedostal som z vody. Dostal periodický food loss. Ako som mal dostať periodický food loss? Oh wow.
Attention support personnel. Aftershock detected. Please collect any newly revealed materials.
To sa nezdá. Ale každý ten hníz je 0,10 zbraní sú 3 kg. Začína pánovi štvorárkovi nápiť. Tu by som sa najviac zdržiaval. Tu už je to také, že...
Procedures engaged.
No dáme tam náspäť. Tieto zbraně, neviem, čo s nimi spravím. Ale...
Transferring minerals to
Nemá niekto dodávky
later.
tovaru, potrebujem dodať nejaký tovar. Ale... Hovorím, to je...
marker. Interruption will be recorded. System restored. Activating collection protocol.
Takže na čas to zabaliť. Ako siliť to s tým Falloutom, ale čo budem siliť? Liga retardov? Všetko je strata času. Ja som zabudol hento, ne?
Minerals will be collected.
Nezabudol som to?
Initiating high-yield subroutine.
Nezabudol som to, že? Nezabudol som to. Plasma cast je ideálny na tieto pičárny. A na plasma caste by si potreboval reverzný, preto ho nechcem používať. Lebo na plasma caste potrebuješ reverzný setup. Všetci vieme, čo znamená reverzný setup. Problém.
Auto miner system disabled. Immediate repairs required.
Support team.
Mineral harvesting routine interrupted. Auto miner requires immediate repair.
Please reserve.
Attention all personnel. Shaft stability failure detected. Immediate evacuation is required. Failure to exit in a timely fashion will result in docked pay.
Ja som chcel pozrieť tú vec. Dobre, pozriem toto, ale že na to zabudnem. Či náhodou sa neobjaví misia. Tie smoknuté filety mi ale končím platnosť, končím, už sa spoilujú. No. Objavila sa misia, neobjavila. A s tým sa fakt neviem zaoberať. Idem domov, zoberiem tovar. No, budem sa s tým zaoberať, lebo mi dáš pokoja. On sa zlákal a odletel do pagody. To je nič. Srať ťa. Paguďak. Zlákal sa, odletel do pagody, to si nevidel. Odletel jak pičus. Ale nechcem psycho buffy. Komu by som ich zobrať, ale na čo? Na čo? Mám ich 147. Alebo ten psycho buffy. Popcorny sa mi míňajú. A iba 196 popcornov. Máme nejaké tovary? Fuel. Je celkom zaujímavý pozrieť. Fuel má aj ona. Smolkoté mirelok filety. Či nemá zamknuté ten pičas. Pozor. Cobalt Flux, fluorescent, ne na to. Fuel je dobrý dodávateľ. Má aj bruiser. Takže máme ďalšieho dodávateľa. Máme fuela. Fuel 1950. Takže zohnali sme nového dodávateľa. Zohnali sme nového dodávateľa tovaru fuela. Od toho som získal jedného bruisera. To nie je zlé. Fuck. Získame dodávateľa fuela. To je má dobrý tovar.
Alright, listen up, agents. If you're hearing this, that means I left unfinished business for you.
Dobrý tovar.
We've just initiated the recall process for a rogue assaultron. A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just the solution for that. There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, it means you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you right into that robot shield.
Unidentified
You only know
intruder.
the reactor to get down it.
Beginning search.
Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
Ako sme na tom? Jedna brúza.
This area clear.
Fuel 1950. Nový dodávateľ tovaru. To Fuel 1950. Fuel 1950 mi dodal dobrý tovar. Čo nie je vôbec zlé. Veľmi solidný dodávateľ. Tie parazity sú práve podobné z vody. Tie diseasy, ktoré dostávam, dostávam iba z vody. Pravdepodobne. Bo to sú waterborne disease. A cowboy ma toho zbaví? Podľa mňa je. Otázka je, či ma Aquaman toho zbaví. Mal by. Mal by. To je nič. To je nič. Musí byť to Aquamena. Bo som zistil, že jediné diseasy, ktoré v podstate sa mi zdá, že dostanú, sú z vody.
Now, imagine orbs of sublime energy around you. Reach out and gather them. Bring them to your pillars. This is how we will attain transcendence.
Yeah, we good. We good.
As you build
A ten Aquaman?
transcendence, you may find yourself surrounded by discordant
No longer take red damage from swimming and breathe underwater.
spiritual enlightenment.
Lebo na to nefunguje vakcinácia.
Banish them using whatever
Mala by.
positive affirmations you wish.
Mala by.
And do not let them tear down your pillars.
By som to stojí, by som byť imúnny na to. Ja by som mal byť imúnny na to.
Sometimes the discordant forces prove to be too difficult to keep out, and your pillars of transcendence may falter. Take solace, for the holistic light shines bright when you need it the most. Bathe in its glow until you feel it reinvigorate your pillars.
By som mal byť imúnny na tie veci.
Now that you have everything visualized, I will begin a series of positive affirmations while you act to achieve transcendence. You feel as if you are one with nature, with the universe, with everything. You're feeling so relaxed right now.
Ako sa volá ten pičus? Fuel 1950, Fuel. Dobrý dodávateľ toho.
Believe in yourself. Believe in the powers of others like you. You can attain enlightenment together and reap the rewards of a higher state of consciousness.
Nič, že sa budem musieť baviť toho industriálneho gradu. Hovorím, potrebujem...
After you transcend,
To sú iba 4 kg, to ma nespasí. Tu tam 32 kg.
need to abandon your material wealth. Seek one of
Tu mám
the
5 kg.
rooms if you wish for help with that.
To sú také čísla.
Imagine you are floating along in a cloud of pure bliss. If the cloud is mauve colored, chant a calming phrase until it is not.
Náboj sú ťažké ako hníz. Fuck, ako mi to teraz spadlo. Nič, no. Toľko mám k šéftu. Šéf išiel do hovna. On sa príliš hýbal. A zaplatil za to skurvané kokotie dane. Máme to chorá. Máme sa hýbať, ty kokotina. Svačko, ide. Iba to avknúť, fakt to iba avknúť. Keď je tam dosť ľudí, tak to iba avknúť, lebo... To padne agenta nic aj konec. Man.
Alright, listen up, agents. If you're hearing this, that means I left unfinished business for you. That don't sit well with me. You've just initiated the recall process for a rogue assault charge.
Keď to môžem dať namiesto toho fireproofa,
Things gotta show
aqua boja.
hardly anything will get it. But I have just the solution for that. area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, that means you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you right into that robot shield. You'll need all three active to down it. Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
Mám drogy. Kde? Fuck. Už potom to nastaviť tie veci. Ja sa to, že som povedal posledný Furious. Ja nápad pánovi Štolverkovi, tomu Gargamelovi. Myslím, že som dal nápad aj posledný Furious. Je Furious už nemám. Takže Furious bude naspäť. Wait, nemám Furious? Well, what? Really? Really? Wait, what is that? I'm furious. Ještě nějaký lezou do vody. Mám trhu hajkel? Nebo? Mám trhu hajkel? Čo nemám všetko? Furious si nemám? Mhm. LoR. Kde som minul Furious, si bol pravda. Som asi aplikoval do zbraní. Slovik. Áno.
Dropworth Tours, back again for another go. Right. So, this harvester needs some maintenance, and I'm hoping there's enough parts around here to fix it up. That's what I need you for. Once you've sorted that harvester, when you line it off, it'll bring a storm in, and this lot in here can enjoy the view. Everyone wins. Aye, those are the ones. Go ahead and pop that, whatever that is into one of those consoles. I'm sure those boxes have instructions somewhere there.
Má nás náladu. Odpásknite. Idem napiť pánovi Štolverkovi.
Never doubted you for a second, man. Get the rest of it fixed. Keep going. Nearly there. Right. All the bars are at the top and flashing green, so that's probably a good thing. I'm gonna set about getting this thing online. You take a quick breather. Remember when I told you about them signatures that weren't you? Now there's more of them. A lot more. Also, I don't really know what happens if this harvester doesn't run slowly. I'm gonna need you to make sure it charges properly and not let whatever's out there interfere with the process. Last thing, I don't like giving refunds. And if these lot in here don't get what I promised them, they're probably going to want one. So there's another reason to charge them up. Cool. Hang on. Killing that one made the harvester more than it normally does. Maybe killing an extra sarky one will speed this up. Kill two more.
No ideme pánovi Štolverkovi servátku. Tomu Gargamelu.
Did you see the way that thing foamed after you dead yet? What a roar, man! Well done, mate. A really solid effort. Everyone, if you could stay inside the bunker for a few moments while my associates make sure it's safe.
Dal som si drogy.
Thank you.
Nič, dám ešte jedna robota, volím. Každú minútu. Wow.
Did you see the way that thing foamed after you dead yet? What a roar, man! Well done, mate. A really solid effort. Everyone, if you could stay inside the bunker for a few moments while my associates make sure it's safe to exit. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Big effort you made for me there. I won't forget it.
Zohnali sme v podstate nového dodávateľa. Čo vôbec nie je zlé. Všetci vieme, čo sa týka dodávateľov, potrebujeme tabaky. To je podzeme tohto teda. Ešte jedného by som vylízal, ale tento má 60 modov. Vysoko nepravdepodobné, že bude mať niečo kvalitné, ale tak vyskúšam. No, obchod tento bitches. Nepoznám tohto Gašpara. Je booby trapper. A má to no blooded. Jediné čo má je fatálnu poloviť blooded. Máme žiadne toho aj čo. Máme čo na predaj. Pozme sa sem, čo to je. Môžeme ešte pozrieť hento.
Serve and protect.
Áno, stýl je lacné hovno, ne? Crystal Shardy.
May I be of assistance? At your service, sir. At your service, sir.
36 za bal goldu.
Serve and protect.
Sa mi neoplatí. Slabé suby. Sú plný času. To je...
May I be of assistance?
To sú sumy, ale petolízač.
Serve and protect.
Tu by som odkúpil dve. Potrebujem ich. A dá. To je v pohode. Máš nejakú rezervu? Máme nejaké tovary. Ja ešte chcem aj tak otočiť. Ešte chcem aj tak otočiť. Takže nikto nič neodkúpil z týchto pitchesov. Vito bol kedysi dobrý dodávateľ, ale tiež to trochu prechrachal. No dáme jedného robota, balíme. Respektíve takto, dáme robota, spravíme ešte jeden kšeft. Prečo som vlastne tu? Furious Meathook. A poďme sa na to pozrieť. Ale máme dodávateľov, zohnali sme. A ten fuel si ma nepridal, ten pictures. Fuel 1250. Takže toho dodávateľa nemáme. Ale máme nejaký dodávateľ.
Alright, listen up, agents. You hearing this? That means I left unfinished business for you. That don't sit well with me. We just initiated the recall process for a rogue assaultron. A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just the solution for that. There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, it means you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you right into that robot shield. You'll need all 3 active to down it. Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
Sláve. Je to Bone Cluby. Chce mi dať guilty meditáciu. Bone Cluby si sláva. Škoda tej onej. Ten bleeding je masívne vysoký, ale...
Gather now, faithful followers of the most wise and beneficent author.
To je len čo.
Let us light his holy beacon with the radiance of the fireflies. Let our beacon pierce the darkness and summon forth his divine presence, and we may commune with him and partake of his wisdom.
Koľko chcete? No. We good. Ja síce ešte môžem skúsiť vytasiť ono. 1.06, to už nedá. Ďalší kšeft. Teoreticky dá sa, ale... Po takomto čase snažiť sa nejaký kšeft zinkasovať. Na dlevakte, tu sa dá urobiť aj food a jedlo tu máme. Chceme zinkasovať kšeft. Môžeme navariť. 2 glowing steaky. 6 movement. Ale máme nejaký tovar niekde. Cisco je online, ale teraz mám peniaze, že by hen ten piču z niečo kúpil, len ten komik. O trošku väčšiu váhu znova. Ja potrebujem to execution, aby som ho dodomkol. Trochu viac, no. Nič. To execution a potom odomknúť najlepšie, trochu ho vylízať. Skúsiť. Oh, I need to listen. Fucking hell. Neviem, či chcem tieto veci vôbec vylizovať, popravde. Pretože ja nedostávam také tabaky, aké by som potreboval. No. Stali sme charizmu. Which is not bad. Oh. Charizma nie je zlá. Sa dá otočiť možno. Ale daj posledný pokus tohto lízalstva. No. Dávaj poslednú tohto lízelku. Vypíname, stačilo na dnes. A máme dosť. Si extrémne to aj tak síly. Neukazujte mi plazmakoj. Fakt mi neukazujte plazmakoj. Mám tu 8 kg. Stojí mi stresve. Ako dlho budem mať tieto špekačky? Dosť. Okay.
Alright, listen up, agents.
Dáme tohto lízala, vypíname.
That means I left unfinished business for you. That don't sit well with me. You just initiated the recall process for a rogue assaultron. A tough one. This thing's got a shield so strong, hardly anything will dent it. But I have just the solution for that. There are 3 pylons set up around the area. Starting one of these up makes you a conduit. Long story short, that means you're full of juice. Juice that pumps from you right into that robot.
Fuck, ja som nespustil.
You'll need all 3 active to do it. Good luck. Hope you fare better than I did.
Fuck. Oh. God damn it. On už dáme test of metal a pálím. Môžete niečo predať?
If only you weren't such a lazy bones. Might tune up is way overdue now. Nice good weather today, eh? Well, no. But at least no stray lightning strikes in this area. Lately. Looks like he let his water go stale again. I'll just boil up another batch for when he wakes up.
Rider welded rebar. Too much. Oh.
Turn your attention to the arena floor and let's introduce our combatants. We've got a grudge match for you today. The Gladiators of Steel are back for 3 more rounds of punishment. Take your positions, Gladiators. Round 1 starts now and ends with your death.
You faced up.
Čo budem mať nič.
It's time to turn up the heat. You're gonna love what we've got for you in round 2.
Císka online, nemám peniaze na Císka.
You ready, gladiators? They're bringing out the heavy hitters.
Nemám peniaze na Císka. Nemám peniaze na Císka, goddammit.
Two rounds ain't bad, but this is the end. The champion will take him down. Give him hell, Grimby. Now, let's get out of here. We can celebrate once we're safe at home. Fine. You won this time. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here before it's open season on gladiators.
Báli ma. Báli ma kšefty, lebo už to extrémne masochisticky sílim. Čo nie je dobré. Ozvoj movement vajcia. Tabaky. Kopové. 440 kg. Oh my god. Balím. Extrémne sílenia. Ale tak čo budeme odsypať? Všetko je to na pogodu aj tak. Všetko je to na pogodu. Big endgame change, spávek za dvojka, pekný hnis, pekná sračka. Aj áno. Má to zmysel pozerať tieto veci. To už nikto netočí, toto ono. To liga skončila. Ale báli ma. Dobre, stačilo.